Welcome back, good people. All right, my presentation for the stablecoin business is done. I'm going to eat, and when we come back, hopefully we'll be nice and trapped, and we can get into some of the alpha. Deal. I already moved my stops up in the profit. Might actually move them up again, up underneath 50, and just lock in some of these gains since I'm not going to be here. It's the bullish channel that bulls are trying to paint here. Keep an eye on this. But don't forget it's the weekend. All right, I'll be back. Yeah, pretty decent catch so far. What's going on, Zigzag? I'm about to eat. I'll be back. What's going on, fam? I'm just getting some of this research together. We're gonna go into that Clarity Act stablecoin deep dive at 9. So about 15 minutes from now. All right, give me a second. Let me start setting up the overlays. All right, Chum. A couple more minutes and we'll dig in. All right. So we were talking about earlier, obviously, all the Clarity hype hacked, or the Clarity Act hype, I should say. Today was interesting though, because there was a couple of news articles, weren't necessarily new, but caught my eye once I was doing like the Clarity research. You guys know how I feel about stables. We've done this plenty of times. As soon as the Clarity Act was announced, right? We said that specifically, if you want to make money off of stables, right? We hear the news and we ask ourselves, where do we stand? Where do we position ourselves to make money? So you would come to USDT, right? And you would come here to contracts. And these are usually listed in order of most active, just so you know. Right? It's done on a daily basis. This is how you know what chains, what stables are moving through. And for stables, but mostly for Tether being the largest amount, um, we've always used the acronym BEST, which is BNB, Ethereum, Solana, and Tron is in there now, but typically Tron is in fourth place almost every week. Right? These are the chains that the most amount of stables run through, which means they collect the most amount of transactions and fees, right? Which have increased their intrinsic value with the stablecoin. So it's sort of like picks and shovels, right? Do you buy AI agents or do you buy virtuals? Did you buy memes or did you invest in Solana? Right, so I want to do a little breakdown of where we're standing so far in stables, what my specific investment thesis is, and then we'll listen to the clankers go over today's events. Cool. Discord. We should Discord in here. All right. I know y'all try not to be too excited, okay? Nah, I mean it really is boring shit, but we need to know about it. So let me get rid of our logos. Let me know if the audio is okay when this starts.
Welcome to this video on the architecture of modern money. We'll navigate the institutional stablecoin rails and the BEST investment framework. The legacy correspondent banking model, with its separate messaging and funding networks, causes 1 to 5 day settlement delays. Atomic Settlement, powered by stablecoins, executes the 24th of July 365, instantly eliminating global transaction float. Stablecoin market cap is growing significantly, from $4.17 billion in 2020 to $283.7 billion by 2025. Institutional validation is occurring via a multi-chain fabric. Visa's multi-chain strategy supports 9 distinct blockchains to mitigate single network risk and ensure flexibility. Selected rails span from public, high-throughput chains like Solana and Base to privacy-configured institutional subnets like Canton and Avalanche, demonstrating a $7 billion run rate. SWIFT is evolving to orchestrated value. The legacy system involved 1 to 5 business days, high costs, and pure messaging. Blockchain SWIFT, an MVP, offers instant finality, is EVM compatible, and uses a shared ledger. This evolution is built upon ISO 20022 data standards, the Hyperledger Besu EVM compatible ledger, and Chainlink CCIP for cross-chain interoperability. The stablecoin duopoly is dominated by Tether, USDT, and USD Coin, USDC. Tether, with a $173 billion market cap, is the global standard for emerging market remittances, but is non-compliant in some EU jurisdictions. USDC, with a $73.6 billion market cap, is the institutional standard, fully US regulated, and bridges traditional banks to on-chain economies. We propose shifting the thesis to invest in the rails. The value generation mechanism in blockchain comes from transaction fees, staking yields, and structural network demand, not corporate profits. We use the BEST framework, which represents BNB, Ethereum, Solana, and Tron. The BEST settlement matrix compares these networks across supply, monthly volume, median fee, and finality. Solana, with its sub-second finality and very low median fee, and BNB are positioned as high-performance rails. Ethereum, or E in BEST, is the institutional core, holding the majority of on-chain dollars. Institutional issuers prioritize Ethereum for its security and established network effects. The trade-off is higher median fees, which push transactions onto Layer 2 solutions for cost savings. Solana, S, is the high-speed engine, known for sub-second finality. Its low transaction costs make it ideal for high-frequency payment pilots. Solana's volume briefly surpassed others, signaling its readiness for global commerce. Tron T is the remittance hub, dominating global cross-border remittances under $1,000. Tron's integration of Tether, with an $80 billion USDT supply, creates a structural balance in the emerging market lifeline. The uncomfortable reality of network economics shows that high network revenue does not automatically equal value accrual for the investor. While Ethereum generates significant revenue, it faces inflation burdens. Solana generates even more, but high annual inflation costs from paying validators make the network technically unprofitable for token holders. Supply mechanics contrast deflationary and inflationary networks. Tron's deflationary floor comes from actively burning TRX in transaction fees. This structural supply burn creates a reliable revenue floor, absent in highly inflationary chains like Solana, where inflation dilution constantly dilutes passive holders. When comparing staking versus holding, we look at the native yield of finance. Tron's hold strategy benefits from structural deflation, reducing risk. Ethereum and Solana use liquid staking, with yields driven by base transaction fees and inflation schedules, respectively. The horizon is agentic commerce. The machine payments protocol, incubated by Stripe and Tempo, allows AI to execute thousands of microtransactions per second. AI agents require native, digital payment rails with millisecond demand, which traditional card networks cannot process. To capitalize on the architecture, the shift to atomic stablecoin settlement is permanent, replacing correspondent banking. The greatest capital opportunity is in the underlying settlement rails of the BEST framework. Capturing true alpha requires navigating economics by contrasting volume with validator inflation costs and native staking yields.
To anybody in the States, you're thinking. All right, so I know to anybody in the US, you're thinking Tron. You mean like that movie from the 80s? No. It's actually a coin called Tron that everybody except for us in the United States absolutely uses on a regular basis. Now, we know Justin Sun, so we look at Tron like with, we're like, But in doing my research, I mean, honestly, they are sort of set up to capture the most amount of liquidity from this Clarity Act. I don't think you can go wrong with any one of the best, right? BNB, Ethereum, Solana, Tron. But if your narrative is going to be stables, I feel like it needs to be one of those for right now, right? We'll go a little bit deeper into it. But so Visa just announced nine new chains. Most of them were private. Avalanche was on there. That's not private. We can invest in that. But Base was on there. That's private. We can't invest in that. The other one that was interesting was Canton Network. So we'll do a little deeper dive into that, right? But before today, the main four were best, right? BNB, Ethereum, Solana, Tron. After today, we've added some new sort of players to the mix. That's why I wanted to sort of go over it. But for me, I tend to trade every narrative. Like I tend to have one or two dogs in the race in each narrative. So for me, for the Clarity Bill and the Clarity Act and the stablecoin narrative, this is how I'm playing it personally.
For over 50 years, global finance has relied on a system of correspondent banking to move money across borders. When one bank sends cash to another, that capital gets trapped in a web of delayed reconciliations, taking anywhere from 1 to 5 business days to actually settle. In a stable economy, a few days of waiting is a minor annoyance. But the United States currently holds $39 trillion in national debt, adding over $7 billion to that total every single day. To manage this deficit, continuous money printing consistently debases the currency. When inflation runs hot, holding on to cash means actively losing purchasing power. Corporate treasuries and financial institutions can no longer tolerate the expensive float of legacy networks, where their capital sits in limbo for days on end. Trapped capital is depreciating capital. The macroeconomic reality is forcing an aggressive, rapid migration away from slow, physical cash settlement frameworks and toward systems that clear instantly. SWIFT, the traditional messaging backbone connecting over 11,500 global institutions, is actively reacting to this pressure. To prevent their network from aging out, they are building a shared ledger based on blockchain architecture to orchestrate instant cross-border transactions. Visa is executing a parallel pivot. By early 2026, Visa's own stablecoin settlement pilot had successfully expanded to a $7 billion annualized run rate. Noticeably, Visa didn't try to build a private, isolated network. To access global liquidity, they created a multi-chain fabric supporting 9 different public blockchains, giving their enterprise partners the flexibility to choose the exact technical infrastructure.
I'll give everybody a second to jot those down. This was the announcement from Visa today. Right? These were the 9 networks that they're adding to the existing networks, which were already Ethereum, Solana. Right? They already had the ES out of the best. But they added Polygon, which is publicly traded. Right? We can invest in that. Stellar, Base we can't. Stellar. We'll get back to Stellar in a second. Avalanche and Canton. The rest of these are private networks. Arc, Tempo, Base. Now, Stellar, right? You notice anything missing from this list? Where's XRP at? I thought this was their thing, right? I was on a chat earlier, and XRP guys were saying that we don't need Visa. And I was like, you don't need Visa? All right, then.
Structure they need for specific geographic markets. With the largest financial players committing to a diverse ecosystem of public blockchains, the modern investor's focus shifts from asking if the technology works to identifying which specific networks are capturing the bulk of this transaction volume. Most of this new volume flows through 4 primary settlement layers, commonly referred to as the best rails: BNB, Ethereum, Solana, and Tron. The main payload traveling on these rails are stablecoins, digital assets mathematically pegged to sovereign fiat currency. Tether, or USDT, dominates this space with a $173 billion market cap, largely driven by small-ticket retail remittances in emerging markets. This side-by-side data comparison illustrates the structural differences in the duopoly. While Tether holds a significantly larger total market cap, USD Coin, or USDC, has prioritized strict U.S. regulatory compliance and integrated natively across 28 different blockchains, making it the preferred standard for institutional capital. Holding a digital dollar that perfectly tracks the physical dollar generates no return. The actual profit opportunity for investors lies in owning the underlying best infrastructure rails that process and collect fees on every transaction. Each of these toll booths serves a different market. Ethereum offers high security favored by institutional issuers, but its median fees often exceed $3.70 per transaction, taking roughly 12 seconds to settle. Tron, meanwhile, dominates the remittance market with fees around 9 cents and a strict 3-second finality. Solana is positioned as the hyperspeed expressway. With sub-second finality and transaction costs measured in fractions of a cent, it is targeted to handle the massive throughput required for future machine-to-machine commerce and AI agents. But advertised speed does not always equal real-world adoption. When you run the data through Visa Analytics, a tool that actively strips out automated bot activity and zero-value wash trading, the real organic volume emerges. A network that handles thousands of automated bot transfers per second produces no lasting economic value. Genuine institutional and human transaction volume is the only reliable indicator of a blockchain's long-term stability. Investors capture value from these networks through a mechanism called proof of stake. By locking up their native tokens to help secure the network against attacks, investors earn a percentage yield, acting as a native risk-free rate for the digital economy. The payouts vary wildly between chains. Staking Ethereum generally provides a conservative return of around 3%, while staking Solana offers a highly attractive yield that often sits near 7%. This financial balance sheet visualization weighs Solana's high network revenue against its hidden expenses. To pay out that 7% yield to its validators, the network issues new tokens, creating a massive $4.3 billion annual inflation cost. If a blockchain issues new tokens at a faster rate than it generates actual fee revenue, it dilutes the overall supply. Those high percentage yields are an accounting illusion if the token itself is losing value over time. Watch how the balance sheet shifts when we look at Tron's network economics. Because Tron destroys or burns more of its native TRX token in transaction fees than it issues in rewards, the network operates on a deflationary model. This fee burn mechanism systematically removes tokens from circulation. By mathematically enforcing scarcity, it creates a structural revenue floor that supports the asset's price during periods of high network usage. Legacy corresponding banking is actively being replaced by an interconnected web of instant digital settlement rails, orchestrated by the same massive institutions that manage on money today. While names like Visa and Swift validate the underlying technology, capturing the financial upside requires rigorous analysis. True investor alpha comes from identifying the specific networks that process massive, verified institutional volume while maintaining strictly deflationary economics.
Right, so we following, right? Can't invest in the coins, invest in the rails. Not saying all in 10,000x. What we're saying is during the next bull market, when you're looking for beta plays on Bitcoin, right? Or you're looking for secondary blue chips that don't need speculation. Right? It's physically impossible for the crypto rails to expand the way that they're expecting them to, and these blockchains not to grow in size and intrinsic value. My opinion. Right. So when it comes to the stablecoin narrative, that's where I'll be playing. We'll jump in with the clinkers and we'll have them chop it up. We'll go back and forth and see how they feel about it. But everybody get the basic concept, right? You don't go dig for the gold, you invest in the picks and the shovels. You let the gold come to you. I don't think directly, but I could be wrong about that. That news just came out today, right? So the same deep dive that I've done on Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and Tron, I'm about to do it on all of them. And now I have a new fancy new tool to help me, so that's good. Just in time to put the Cypher Intelligence group to work. It's a super boring topic, but without the animations, half of y'all would have fell asleep. Understandably so. But as long as everybody understands the overall investment thesis, that's what's important. Damn, Jamal. So you need that like plain handwritten style where it's just like a hand that pops up with a pen. Yeah, it is. It really is. There's a lot there, especially if you're hearing it for the first time. There's no way you digest everything on one go. Now, I'll take that into consideration. It might not be a bad idea. But people seem to like the clankers. I feel like the podcast, having them go back and forth and being able to jump in helps a lot with retention. We have to see what's going on with X. Right now, they're just talking the fiat game. You know what I mean? Like right now they're basically just talking about how to move dollars from point to point. I know eventually they'll bring up crypto. I mean, they have to, right? I would imagine. But unfortunately, as of now, we haven't heard a lot. It's the same sort of thing. Before we go on, let me explain to you what my thesis is behind this whole thing. Anybody that was in class for the 500 wheel turning, right? This isn't going to be new to you. So, the world reserve currency is the US dollar, right? But it's because of the petrodollar, right? The fact that everything, all oil, has to be bought in US dollars means that most countries have to invest in US companies so that they don't hold debasing US dollars, so that they can buy then US dollars. That keeps our economy afloat, keeps the dollar being the dominant currency, right? Problem is right now, and it's unipolar, right? That there's only one option: US dollar or we go to war, right? At least that's how it's been in the past. Well, we're at war right now, right? And they're currently selling oil in the Chinese yuan, right? So as of right now, the way it stands, right, we're on a bipolar petrodollar, which has to mean, right? I mean, it's only common sense that this dominance of the US dollar has now been weakened, right? So was this foreseeable though? I think so. Right? The wars that we've had in the Middle East, the natural build of the strait, right? We had to know at some point we would lose one, the petrodollar, but two, we would lose the ability to protect these countries which ensure the petrodollar. So what do? Well, 2021 stablecoins were the enemy, right? That was a good way to get investigated, SEC attacked, kicked out of the country. So what flipped? And this shit needs to be studied in school. But what flipped from 2021 to 2022 to 2023, except for the new president, right? What flipped is that stablecoins got together. The reason that stablecoins were being attacked, by the way, is because they're supposed to print $1 for every stable coin that's bought, right? So for every tether that somebody buys, there's $1 to back that. When that stable coin is sold off, it's destroyed, right? That's what keeps the balance. But what they started doing was, instead of backing it with dollars, they started backing it with corporate debt or with corporate paper, right? And the cheapest corporate paper at the time was Chinese. And that's when we got into that Evergrande issue, right? We found out that Tether had a huge backing inside of one of the Chinese development real estate companies that was pretty close to going underwater, right? So the attack on them was, because of all this bad commercial paper, they can't be trusted. If China goes down, Tether goes down. If Tether goes down, crypto's screwed, right? So in a brilliant move, my opinion, it was a super brilliant move. Tether, USDC, most stablecoins said, you know what? We're going to get rid of all our corporate paper. Sold it off. We're going to buy US bonds and we're going to hold fiat. Right? So every single dollar that we print, every single stable coin that we print will be backed up by US debt, right? Or US assets. Well, that's when I think the light bulb went off in Congress and said, look, we're about to lose the petrodollar, right? If we want to keep the dominance of the dollar, then the dollar needs a new use case. The dollar needs a ubiquitous use case that's going to be, you know, all over the world, global, and what's better than crypto. So if we can lock down stables, and have stables backed by the US dollar, right? Then we can hold the dominance of the US dollars for the next 250 years as that wheel sort of turns. So that's the process that we're seeing change now. And I know it sounds, but listen to what the Clarity Act does. The Clarity Act doesn't just give banks the opportunity to open their stables. The Clarity Act gives McDonald's, the Apple Store, Walmart, it gives corporations the opportunity to open stables. All right, so what does that mean? If McDonald's is going to put out a bunch of McDonald's bucks, right, then they need to back it. And if they need to back it, then that's somebody else buying US debt. And then Apple has to buy US debt. And then Nvidia has to buy US debt. JP Morgan has to buy US debt. And all of these companies that want to have their own stables have to support the dollar and have to support the bond market. You see how it plays out? Now multiply that every corporation across the world. It ends up being bigger than what the petrodollar would be. Right? Because you're talking about corporations that wouldn't even buy oil. Right? So in my opinion, the next 100 years, we'll be talking about the strength of the stablecoin dollar. And as long as stablecoins are backed by the dollar, and as long as Bitcoin is priced in US dollars, then I think we ride out the rest of this empire without having a early top, I should say. Does that make sense? Because losing the petrodollar, you have to replace it with something, or we're cooked. Too much all at once, so y'all get what I'm saying? What could mess up the new plan is if stablecoins started backing their stables in something besides the US dollar. But this Clarity Act sort of ensures that it's going to be that way, in my opinion, for like at least the next 10, 20 years. Even if it's just 10 years. Right? They're finally providing the framework for regulation for the crypto industry with one catch. That it's all backed off US dollars. I mean, other nations CBDCs, right? But the thing is that what gives the dollar its dominance is that everybody agrees that the dollar is the most stable, right, to use for said whatever. After the World War, when everything was shit, we became the dominant currency because we didn't have any rebuilding to do, right? We were the belle at the ball. We were the prettiest girl or the hottest guy at work, right? However you want to look at it. But that starts to go away, right? Like that promise of, oh, we can protect you, we can protect your shipments. The US economy always just goes up, so it's a win-win, right? With what's going on in Iran right now, it's kind of hard to say that, right? Like our partners, our oil producing partners in the Middle East are looking at us like, well, I don't feel very protected right now. And my transports don't feel very secured right now. And I can't buy this oil with US dollars, or I can't sell this oil with US dollars unless I want problems with Iran. So why exactly am I still doing this? You know what I mean? So we have to either do one or two things. We have to prove to the world that we can provide security in the Middle East and that we can keep the oil flowing no matter what, which we're not having a really good shot of doing right now, right? Or we need to hedge our bets and start finding a use case for the dollar outside of oil. But most countries will probably do that. Most countries will probably ban the use of cryptos, and they will stick to CBDCs. For the control factor. I'm going to put the clankers on right now in a second, but let's wait and see if we pop out of this high. It's just something I wanted to talk about because people hear stables and their eyes sort of glaze over, but there is money to be made, right? If you know where to look. BTC too. Yeah. BTC as well. One of my biggest arguments against Ray Dalio's Changing World Orders that we watched during the first class is that he doesn't even entertain the idea of the world reserve currency going to a neutral digital currency, right? That's literally just run by code that has no counterparty risk. And that can stop the cycle. That alone, literally, not to sound like a moon boy, but if you think about it logically, that stops the cycles of world wars. World wars are wars that are fought for that number one spot, right? You want to be the world reserve currency. That's what happens at the end of world wars, right? You never get a world reserve currency change without a world war being fought. But what happens if the world reserve currency was something like Bitcoin, right? No issuer, completely transparent, no counterparty risk, right? Nobody to cut you off of the SWIFT system or nobody to sanction you, nobody to, right? Like, so, yeah, will there still be wars? Yeah, of course. Will we go through all this shit? You know? It's like for every world war we have, there's like 3 or 4 attempts. And it's all power struggle. What's your time frame for about, Mohammed? Because I agree with you, but I feel like we might be a little bit off on time frame. I'm long GameStop, by the way. I looked into that shit. I severely underestimated what GameStop has been doing for the past 2 years. Holy shit. You know they're sitting on $9 billion in cash? With a B. 9 billion in investable funds. Over 80% of their market cap is sitting in reserves. That's why when we heard today about their bid to acquire eBay, I was surprised. I was like, what? Like, isn't that the other way around? No. They are like, there's a pivot coming. GameStop will eventually pivot into something. They're waiting for this crash and they're about to pick up some companies on the cheap and hit a nasty pivot. Ugh, I was there. I don't even want to watch the movie. What a horrible and at the same time amazing time that was.
Yo, what's up, D?
What's going on,
Yeah, I
bro?
was not much, man. On my way home, just picking up a suit. I got a wedding this weekend. But yeah, for GameStop, I've been looking into that. It doesn't seem like many people are aware. But I heard rumors that they were looking into like Best Buy and things like that. I didn't hear anything about what was the company you mentioned?
eBay.
Nah, I didn't.
Yeah, that's what I said, bro. That face you just made is the exact face I made today when I heard it. I was like, wait, you mean eBay's buying GameStop? They're like, no, 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 no. GameStop wants to pick up eBay.
Like Best Buy makes more sense, but eBay's a whole different card. But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
they've been working something up. They've been working on something, and I think the pivot is supposed to rumored again. Everything's rumored, but I hear their next announcement's June, beginning of June, if I'm not mistaken, right for next quarter or something.
Yeah, they have got a ton of cash, bro. A ton of cash. I'm gonna do a full sort of write up on that whole thing too, because I think it's super interesting the position that they're in.
It's a power play for sure. Kind of like a Michael Saylor play for, because come on, we already know where gaming is going, and GameStop has minimal requirements nowadays with the technology we have, especially with
Yeah,
everything being
nah,
online
they're
and
definitely gonna
cashless and
pivot,
all that.
and they already started buying Bitcoin. So even just that is what sort of was like, oh, that's okay. But they don't have a lot of Bitcoin. But I didn't realize how much cash they had, which means that they're waiting to buy the dip on everything. Apparently, they're coming for blood. The way that Wall Street treated them, bro, they're coming for blood. They're about to scoop everything up at the lows.
Yeah, they're playing it right. I used to work for them when I was in high school. I used to work for GameStop and Quiznos, and they did me dirty, man. Fun story. I got hired for the holidays, and back then, you know, minimum wage back then. I'm talking like six something an hour. But for the holidays, if you work the holiday hours, they would give you like nine something. So you already were ahead of the whole game. And my innocent, you know, young self was sharing too much with the other key holders and the other managers. And you know, people are petty, bro. People look like they're your friends. You know how it is. They look like they're your friends, and then they go behind your back, and they just kind of, you know, throw a couple elbows, a couple punches, and they were getting pissed off, finding out how much these new hires were making. And long story short, they came to me after the holiday season. They're like, "Listen, we were going to keep you at that rate, but unfortunately, other people have issues with it, so we're going to have to bump you back down to 7. And we
Shit,
completely understand if you don't want to stick around." Yeah, yeah.
that
Just a little fun
sucks.
story, but they definitely count their pennies, so to say. So I believe
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah. Issa, which hack, which DAO? I mean, I'd have to look into it specifically, but I would assume that it had less to do with it had less to, you know, ETH is a little bit different. You can argue whether ETH is decentralized or not. Right? I think ETH provides a lot of counterparty risk, in my opinion, compared to something like Bitcoin. But the risk is acceptable because of the speed. Even though ETH isn't as fast, it's just, you know, faster than Bitcoin. But I'll dig into it. I mean, I really the the flaws, right? Encryption would have to be bumped up proactively if it was to take that role. Like right now, the way it works for Bitcoin specifically, right? Satoshi um, left instructions that if technology ever got to the point where SHA-256 was was vulnerable, that they would fork um, and up encryption, right? To what 224 or whatever it is. I mean 524 or 516, whatever it is. That would have to be done proactively, in my opinion. But I mean, what we're talking, you know, we talk about it because it's happening, but the cycle is so long. Like the U.S. dollar will be the reserve currency for as long as we're all alive, in my opinion. These type of things, even if the ball started rolling right now, wouldn't be done for 50 years, 100 years. We still have like, and not even quantum. Like we got AI to deal with. They got that new AI tool that just cracks everything. And we're not even at quantum yet. Like they're starting to talk about bank accounts being already in danger. So I think that we're a couple of security jumps away from worrying about like the entire world's rails, being run on it. But they're sure as hell lining up to run their stables through it. The part that I think people are missing is that this turns almost every corporation in the world into a United States asset treasury company. Nah, all the research I've done says that it's overblown. The concerns are overblown. The only time I really freaked out was when I was arguing with the AI agents about it. Yeah, nah, that's a big risk, huge risk. AI is going to need to be walled off at some point. My bad. My AI agent is just throwing shit everywhere. Hold on. I didn't mean to do that. Claude, behave yourself. We're on live. Give me a second. I haven't forgot about the podcast. I'm just trying to finish something up real quick. Let's check in on our clankers.
Right now, like literally as you listen to this exact sentence, the United States national debt just went up by $84,000.
Yeah, it's hard to even process that.
It really is. And, it's going to increase by another 84,000 in the next second. And the second after that,
Right.
we are talking about a $39 trillion debt load, which is sitting right at 100% of our entire GDP. So today, oh wait, someone wants to join. Hey, go for it.
What's going on, guys? It's Dbloc. I didn't want to cut you off. Just letting you know we're listening. You're live on YouTube. Discord's listening in. We're just going over some of this Clarity Act stuff.
Dbloc, welcome to the show. It is so cool to have the YouTube Discord community tuning in live.
It really is. We love when the community joins the conversation, especially when you're looking for that clarity.
That is a perfect transition because we were just talking about the chaos of the national debt.
And finding clarity in this economic storm is exactly what these new financial escape hatches are for.
Right, because we are sitting at a $39 trillion debt load, essentially 100% of GDP.
It is a staggering reality to confront, but that pressure is driving a massive structural transformation.
We are looking at a complete architectural overhaul of how value moves across the planet.
And this isn't science fiction. The stablecoin market has rocketed to over $283 billion.
In early 2020, it was only $4 billion. That is a 70 times increase in just 5 years.
It puts the velocity of this adoption into sharp perspective. Capital is actively abandoning those legacy systems.
We are going to break down the actual plumbing being used to find that clarity you mentioned.
We'll be unpacking the BEFT framework today. That stands for BNB, Ethereum, Solana, and Tron.
We also have to look at the massive architectural pivots from heavyweights like Swift and Visa.
Plus, we will dive into the uncomfortable realities of network profitability and yield generation.
This explosion in digital dollars is a direct response to that aggressive currency debasement we started with.
Let's really look at that $39 trillion number because it is hard to wrap your head around.
The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget put forward a scenario that really grounds it for me.
Imagine if the government confiscated every single dollar of corporate profit in the entire country.
100% of the $3.8 trillion generated by every company from Apple to Amazon.
Even then, it would still take 10 full years just to pay off the current debt principal.
That assumes zero additional government spending during that decade, which just isn't going to happen.
If you liquidated every ounce of gold ever mined in human history, you would still be short.
All the gold on Earth is worth $32 trillion. We would still owe $7 trillion.
It is terrifying. Institutions see this and realize the fiat dollar is expanding at an uncontrollable rate.
So inefficiency is no longer just an annoyance. It is a massive, bleeding financial liability for them.
Exactly. When money supply expands this fast, time literally costs you money.
You can't have millions trapped in settlement for days while it loses value.
Precisely. They are fleeing to the efficiency and programmable nature of digital dollars.
We have to look at the cars on these roads. The taxonomy of stablecoins is very interesting.
It is a two-horse race at the top, led by Tether, also known as USDT.
Tether has a $173 billion market cap as of late 2025.
They command over 60% of the market and are the de facto asset for emerging markets.
In Latin America, 71% of stablecoin activity is tied directly to international transfers.
People there use it to hold dollars and escape local hyperinflation, not just for trading crypto.
But Tether has a non-compliant status in some places, like the EU under the MiCA regulations.
That is where USD coin, or USDC, comes in as the institutional standard.
USDC is at $73 billion. It follows incredibly strict U.S. regulatory standards.
It is the bridge between traditional finance and this new on-chain economy.
It's like a certified cashier's check that Wall Street prefers for high-level settlement.
But this duopoly is under attack from new entrants leveraging specific technological advantages.
Look at PayPal's PYUSD. Its supply on Solana grew by over 100% in one quarter.
PayPal used Solana's high-speed architecture to make peer-to-peer transfers feel instant and free.
They completely abstracted the blockchain part away from the end user.
Then there is USD1 from World Liberty Financial, which reached $4.4 billion very quickly.
That asset has direct political ties, being backed by the Trump family and Steve Witkoff.
From a technical standpoint, it is a fascinating case study in institutional demand for reserve-backed alternatives.
It signals that institutions want compliant options and do not want to be beholden to one issuer.
This confidence was turbocharged by the 2025 Genius Act, which provided that definitive regulatory clarity.
Dbloc, that's the clarity we were talking about. It changed everything for these big institutions.
It established draconian reserve requirements, mandating that digital dollars be backed one-to-one by safe assets.
It told Wall Street these aren't casino chips, these are digitized U.S. government debt instruments.
By removing the fear of under-collateralization, the act unlocked massive amounts of institutional capital.
The market is now forecast to hit $2 trillion by 2028.
At that scale, stablecoin issuers would hold more U.S. debt than many major nations.
Okay, so we have the cars. Now let's talk about the roads in our BEST framework.
Each of these chains has different architectures and caters to different user bases.
Ethereum is the E. It is the undisputed institutional core with massive network effects.
It commands over 170 billion in supply and trillions in monthly volume.
But the catch is the cost and the latency. It's expensive and kind of slow.
A median fee of nearly $4 and a 12-second wait for finality is the reality there.
That works for a hedge fund moving millions, but not for buying a cup of coffee.
Exactly. That gap allowed Tron, the T in BEST, to become the king of retail.
Tron handles over 600 billion in monthly volume, mostly for smaller emerging market transfers.
Their median fee is just 9 cents with 3-second finality. It functions like digital cash.
Then there's the S, Solana. It is engineered for high-speed, ultra-low latency payments.
It offers sub-second finality and fees that are fractions of a cent.
Visa is already using it. Solana even briefly overtook Ethereum and Tron in volume recently.
Finally, the B is for BNB chain. It offers penny fees and 3-second finality.
But we have to talk about the vanity numbers. Some networks claim hundreds of billions of transactions.
You are right to be skeptical. A high transaction count does not always equal real utility.
If fees are that cheap, anyone can use bots to inflate their stats, right?
Precisely. Much of that is just bot spam or internal transfers. We need to filter it.
Solana here.
Visa actually created a dashboard to strip out that unadjusted volume and find the truth.
When you apply those filters, the numbers tell a very different story.
Ethereum's 7 trillion in volume gets cut in half to 3.6 trillion.
Tron drops from 8 trillion to 3.5 trillion after the haircut.
Solana drops to 2 trillion. Still massive, but it reveals the organic economic activity.
It filters out the noise from networks that lack the trust to move real capital.
This brings us to why Visa and SWIFT are jumping in so aggressively now.
Visa's integration is the strongest indicator of institutional readiness we have ever seen.
Their pilot reached a $7 billion annualized run rate, and it is growing fast.
They built a multi-chain fabric using 9 different blockchains, including Ethereum, Solana, and Avalanche.
They realize that enterprises need different tools for different jobs.
Avalanche is used for private subnets so institutions don't have to compete with retail traffic.
They also use Canton for privacy. Goldman Sachs doesn't want JP Morgan watching their trades.
Canton uses zero-knowledge proofs to keep data hidden while proving validity to regulators.
And they use Tempo to solve...
Oh, back to our listener. What's up?
Fam, can you dig in a little bit to how many of those are public networks versus private networks? Meaning, what can we invest in versus what we're locked out of?
Oh, that is such a sharp question. You are hitting on the gatekeeping of finance.
It is the ultimate insider versus outsider divide. Let's really break down that wall for you.
Okay, let's unpack this. Most of what we have discussed is what we call public rails.
Exactly. Think of Ethereum, Solana, and Tron as the public highways. Anyone can drive on them.
You can buy those tokens, you can stake them, and you can see every single transaction.
But then you have these walled gardens. These are the private permission networks like Canton or Hyperledger.
These are the VIP lounges. You and I are definitely not getting an invite to those.
Banks use them because they need absolute privacy. They don't want the world seeing their internal settlements.
So when you ask what we are locked out of, it is those specific bank-run ledgers.
You can't go out and buy a piece of the JP Morgan chain or the Swift ledger.
But here is where it gets really interesting for us as investors.
Even these private walled gardens eventually have to connect to the rest of the world to move capital.
Right. They use bridges like Chainlink's CCIP to talk to the
Bingo.
public networks we can invest in.
So while you can't own the private road, You can own the public bridge everyone eventually uses.
It is like owning the harbor that the private corporate ships have to dock in.
That is a perfect analogy. You are investing in the infrastructure that makes the whole system work.
We also need to talk about Tempo, which is another road Visa is using to solve problems.
Tempo is fascinating because it addresses the gas token headache for big companies.
Instead of needing a volatile token to pay fees, you just use USDC directly.
It makes the accounting predictable for a CFO. Visa acts like a universal adapter for these roads.
While Visa is crushing it with cards, Swift is finally dragging its messaging into the modern era.
Remember, Swift connects 11,000 banks, but they have been stuck in the 1960s tech-wise.
It isn't even a settlement system. It is basically just a very slow, expensive postal service.
It can take 5 days for a payment to clear. That money is just trapped in the float.
So in 2025, Swift EFT added a blockchain layer. They used Hyperledger Basu for that infrastructure.
It is EVM compatible, meaning it speaks the same language as the public Ethereum network.
But they didn't ask the banks to throw away their old computers and start over.
No, they use that translation layer we mentioned to turn old messages into smart contract instructions.
It gives them the speed of a blockchain without a total identity crisis for the bank.
Now we have to look under the hood of the tokens themselves. High volume isn't everything.
Right. Solana generates a ton of revenue, but it also has a massive inflation cost.
It is currently spending billions in new tokens just to pay the people who secure the network.
So if you just hold the token without staking it, you might actually be losing value.
It's like earning a restaurant that stays open by constantly printing and giving away new shares.
Tron is the polar opposite. It actually burns tokens every time someone pays a transaction fee.
That creates a deflationary model. The supply shrinks while the network demand is actually growing.
This is why we say you have to check the plumbing before you put your money down.
You need to know if the network is rewarding you for holding or diluting your position.
And if you are looking for yield, staking is really the bedrock of this whole new economy.
On Ethereum, you can earn roughly 3 to 5% through things like liquid staking derivatives.
Solana is higher, maybe 7 or 8%, because they include something called MEV in the rewards.
MEV is basically validators capturing small profits by reordering transactions. It adds up.
On those high inflation chains, staking isn't a bonus. It is a requirement for survival.
If you don't stake, then inflation is just going to eat your purchasing power for breakfast.
For something more stable, you can lend your digital dollars on platforms like Eve for a return.
You can usually find 3 to 7% there, backed by people actually borrowing the capital.
If you are feeling aggressive, there are things like Athena yielding over 20%, but be careful.
That is high-level stuff. It uses complex
Not
derivatives
recommended.
and carries a lot more risk than simple lending.
There is no free lunch. You have to match these strategies to what you can actually stomach.
In a world with $39 trillion in debt, holding flat cash in a guaranteed losing game.
Just capturing that 5% yield is becoming a basic tool for wealth preservation today.
And we are about to see a wave of volume that doesn't even come from humans.
We are entering the era of AI agents doing the shopping and the trading for us.
Look at Riot Platforms. They pivoted from just mining Bitcoin to leasing power to companies like AMD.
They realized AI needs the same massive power and cool that crypto mining uses.
Those AI agents will need these digital rails because they can't wait 5 days for Swift.
They need to pay a fraction of a cent instantly to get their work done. Hey, yeah, what's up?
Wait, so you're saying that AI agents using cryptocurrencies will actually add to the adoption of crypto? That's me being sarcastic. You know that that's my thesis. I just want to see what they say.
That is exactly what we were saying. It is a concept called agentic commerce.
Okay, let's unpack this. Think of it as a machine-to-machine economy.
Humans are actually a bottleneck in the current financial system.
Right. An AI agent cannot wait for a bank to open on Monday morning.
Precisely. They need a payment rail native to their digital environment.
This is where it gets really interesting. Stripe and Tempo are building this right now.
It is called the Machine Payments Protocol, or MPP.
Think of it like an OAuth for your money. You authorize a spending envelope.
Then the AI executes thousands of microtransactions without needing a human signature every time.
So it could pay for API calls or compute power by the millisecond.
Exactly. Using stablecoin rails like Solana or Tempo makes sub-cent payments actually viable.
Legacy systems just can't do that. The fees would eat the whole transaction.
This is why OpenAI and Anthropic are design partners for these new protocols.
So the adoption isn't just people buying Bitcoin, it is machines needing plumbing.
What is fascinating here is how this connects to the strategic geopolitical value of AI.
But we have to watch for a societal backlash, maybe over water usage or unemployment.
There's also
Oh yeah, let's hear it.
So what you're saying is that Bitcoin's market cap is no longer capped by the amount of humans on the planet?
You nailed it. That is such a profound way to look at this.
What's fascinating here is that
Interesting.
we are moving from a demographic-driven economy to a compute-driven one.
Okay, let's unpack this. Historically, we looked at the growing middle class to predict demand.
Right, like the 4 billion people in the middle class we expect to see by 2025.
But an AI agent doesn't have a human lifespan or human limits on how much it spends.
Precisely. One AI could theoretically conduct more transactions in a day than 1,000 humans.
So the market cap of the entire network scales with the number of chips, not just people.
It connects back to what we saw with Riot Platforms leasing their data centers to AMD.
They are literally providing the power and the space for this new type of consumer to live.
And if those agents need a hard asset for collateral, Bitcoin is the most logical choice.
Here's where it gets really interesting. This could be the ultimate hedge against that 39 trillion debt.
But we have to consider the risk of a massive AI asset bubble if revenues don't keep up.
True, we have seen this story before with the dot-com crash and even early crypto cycles.
Still, the shift toward these digital rails seems almost inevitable at this point in time.
If we connect this to the bigger picture, the fiat dollar is actually evolving to survive.
The paradigm has officially shifted. Blockchains are now the invisible plumbing of our entire world.
It is a brand new world. That was a sharp observation on the human cap.
We really value your questions. It helps us keep finding that clarity in all the noise.
We will see you next time for more deep dives into these global shifts.
Catch you later, everyone.
Goodbye for now.
Appreciate you guys. Interesting stuff. I'm telling you, people haven't even considered what agentic commerce is going to do to the blockchain. We'll see. Just remember that I said the stablecoin deal is a lot bigger than people realize right now. So you think we found our weekend range? I do. Chapter 4 is open, by the way. And I guess I hadn't opened 1.7. That's also open in the classrooms. Spicy. What's going on, y'all? I'm here. I'm just putting some stuff together for class tomorrow. What's the word, gang? Everybody good? I had a really, I don't want to call it disappointing, but a really eye-opening conversation with somebody in the family about Bitcoin. And it made me feel like I immediately need to pivot tomorrow's class into a Bitcoin. What am I? Why am I? Why are we? Sort of thing. Not tomorrow, Sunday. But I might do this tomorrow. I don't know if it can, after this conversation I had, I don't know if it can wait till Sunday. A lot of people are confused about how late or early they are to the Bitcoin game. Yeah, like why do we trade it? Why do we care? Why are we watching it? So I'm going to go full Michael Saylor. Just really confused, or somebody was just really confused about, like, they're like, why Bitcoin and not SUI, or why Bitcoin and not. Just sort of confused about the role that Bitcoin's supposed to hold. I forget that for new people, it's not automatic, not obvious. Then don't buy any Bitcoin. Get the ETF or something. Or like trade S&P. There's plenty of things to trade, but there's so many different things, so many different ways to make money that you'll never have to trade something you don't believe in. Just gotta find your bag. Need no off ramp. I'll send somebody some Bitcoin and they'll give me what I want. I mean, that might not be the same for everybody, but I live in Miami. Please believe me, anything I want is just a conversation away. Even if the store owner doesn't have Bitcoin, like everybody knows enough to be willing to learn how to download a wallet. Now, the rest of the world, I can't really say the same, but then again, that sounds like a nightmare having to spend Bitcoin on something. Imagine spending Bitcoin to buy like McDonald's. Yeah, or if it rains beer tomorrow, we all get drunk, right? We invest in the most probable, and we hedge against the possible. What if aliens come down and evaporate all fiat and then you're asked out with no Bitcoin? You ever think of that? That's what we're talking about, shit that'll never happen. I definitely need to do this tomorrow. Because just the sentence, what if the government doesn't belong in a Bitcoin conversation? People should know that already. The whole point. This one particular infographic is doing my head in right now. For me, any move that breaks out is just going to come back into the range. If it frees the trap longs or the trap shorts, then it's signaling our false move. And it would be way too early to do that. If anything, the earliest I would expect that like tomorrow afternoon. So I would expect a deviation out of the range, but a return to the mean. We'll change it a little bit, right? But we'll still have the low liquidity environment on the weekend at target. We've lost edges before and had the patterns they create stay. And it's usually because people get so used to trading it that nobody wants to stop trading it. So people will still trade toward that imbalance, even if CME never closed. Remember, it's going to be open on the weekend, but all the orders on the weekend get inputted on Monday or on Sunday when CME opens. So we get to add a bit of a liquidity push to our metrics, which will probably just lead to the false move week beginning. It's going to work out altogether. We'll have to play it for a couple months just to be sure, right? But I don't think it kills our edge. Let's go to Discord. So the algos are naturally going to want to push price towards CME. Problem with that is our trap shorts is so close, right? So I believe an effort's being made to try to keep price away. But we are moving towards, if we free these trap shorts, then we're going to signal a false move down. Just too early to do that, in my opinion. Guys, don't expect too much from the weekend, man. I hate to look across the chat and see disappointment. Now's a good time to do some research. I just finished wrapping up. What's good, Ghost? This is the time to be catching up on class if you missed any for sure. Remember the library's open too, so there's plenty of stuff to read. I'd be surprised if there's one person that's watched every piece of content. Just because there's so much stuff. Bro, I just paid more money than I'm willing to admit on an AI agent, zero human company building course. I was done with that shit in 3 hours. Three videos, 2 infographics, and a partridge in a pear tree. I'm from the city. I don't know what a partridge is, but I always assumed it was something bad. And like, why is it in a pear tree, and why would that be a good thing? I mean, I'm not gonna. I learned something, you know, but nothing I couldn't have found out on my own. 3 hours, bro. That's like one session of one chapter that we do 3 sessions on. Oh, it's like a bird. Or why we would see that as a gift. Yeah, I mean, there was one specific thing I wanted that I got, right? But the way it was framed was like it was supposed to be some full, you know, it wasn't. And it was more to save me time than anything else. because you got some pre-made files. I knew what I was getting into. Point being is, though, our shit is so much more thorough. Oh, shit. What's going on, Mikey? Yeah, brother, I'm good. Just finished doing some research, just winding down now. Nothing really interesting to look at. Oil's making its way back down. It's like we said, they can't they can't let it live over 100 for too long. Raj, what's going on? Give me 1 second, y'all. Be right back. One of you hooligans stole my lighter. Second, I turned my back. I swear to God, it's always one of you. think I finally finished the last video. I was just dusting off some stuff for class tomorrow. How many of you that are here aren't going to be in class tomorrow? Because you can't be or whatever. I was doing something. I was going to do it in class tomorrow. But I might just do it here for anybody that's not going to be there. I mean, I'm sorry, not tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Sunday. But I'm going to do this tomorrow again. But if you're not going to be here tomorrow afternoonish, then I can play it for y'all now. I had a conversation with somebody earlier about Bitcoin. They were freaking out about what to do. Not because of the price, but just like they're falling for the whole Bitcoin is dead, Bitcoin is over thing, like long term. And some of the questions they were asking made me feel like, shit, how many other people don't really understand Bitcoin? Like something so like, I didn't even think to put it into the course. Like a Bitcoin 101, you know what I mean? But it's just because it's so old to me already that I forget that people have been told a lot of things about Bitcoin, including that they're late. Got wrecked, huh? I mean, I hate to put it like that. I don't want to hate to put it like that, but it's kind of what it sounds like. Bro, go take a nap, Danny. Does that come natural or you got to work at it? Jesus Christ, this guy must be a blast at parties. I definitely think you need to watch the video. Stick around. What's going on, Jay? Bet anytime, bro. I know who you're talking about, and I heard something about him the other day because I was just recently thinking about him, and I know it wasn't, because of the show, but I can't remember exactly what I read. It was obviously crypto related. Because, I probably wouldn't have paid any attention to it if it was just like gossip. 'Cause, you know, but no, the conversation I got in earlier started because we were talking about scarcity. Um, and then when I finally proved the scarcity point, they were like, well, who cares if it's scarce? And that's when I realized that they didn't understand what Bitcoin does. Like, not what it is, not hold it, make money, buy something shiny, but like what it does, the problems that it solves. So I was like, okay, well, I guess I got to do this. So I'm gonna squeeze in impromptu chapter in class on Sunday. But I'm not gonna hold it just for class. We'll watch it tonight. Because I realize scarcity doesn't mean shit if you don't understand the value. You know what I mean? Unicorns that smell like shit are scarce too, but nobody wants them. If you already know what Bitcoin is, then just stick around anyways and just judge me on if I left anything out. I'm trying to put something together that we can sort of put out. I'm just gonna like post it on the channel. Another thing that we're gonna do is probably gonna be homework for that class is to read the white paper. The amount of people that haven't even read it's like literally 2 pages long. Night school. But we're doing it live. All jokes aside, though, Danny, it's really hard to outperform AI, but that's not true. If you look at what Bitcoin did off its bottoms, it outperformed everything in the stock market except for MicroStrategy. MicroStrategy itself outperformed the entire tech sector. Minus a few offshoots, maybe some of these smaller joints. But what did NVIDIA do from bottom to top? And that's their best gainer, right? Like that's their biggest winner. Now, the alts got beat up, got hands and feet put on them. There's no other way to look at it. But 15K to 126 is nothing to sneeze at. All right. I'm going to do this again tomorrow when there's more people on, but look at this as a dry run. I need to make sure that it didn't misspeak, or I know it didn't hallucinate because it all came from a notebook LM folder that only has my report in it, so I don't worry about that, but just want to make sure it's not glitchy. So you guys get to be like testers. I know price go up, but it's the weekend trap, guys. Somebody scream at me if we get above the top of this weekend trap while we're doing this. Hold on, let me get rid of that music. See what I mean? What was that? Yeah, hold on. Now let me turn the sound on. Because I'm not gonna.
This video presents a strategic framework for Bitcoin in the institutional portfolio, focusing on the architecture of decentralized sovereignty. Fiat debasement is a macroeconomic catalyst driven by the debt spiral and high time preference. Central banks expand the monetary base, eroding purchasing power, while easy money fuels short-term consumption. It is important to distinguish between hard money and sound money. Hard money has absolute scarcity, while sound money maintains purchasing power over time. Bitcoin digitizes both properties simultaneously. The flaw in digital cash is the ability to duplicate or double spend, which is traditionally fixed by relying on trusted third parties, creating centralization and censorship risks. The Byzantine generals problem highlights the challenge of decentralized consensus, how independent participants agree on a single truth over an unreliable network without network failure. Proof of work forges cryptographic truth by requiring miners to expend energy to solve puzzles. This creates an economic disincentive to cheat, making validation profitable and secure globally without a central authority. The paradigm shifts from trust to verification. Decentralized proof of work is founded on math and code, offers transparency, near-zero censorship risk, an inelastic supply, and fast final settlement. Sovereign ownership is achieved via private key cryptography. Bitcoin shifts wealth from a system of legal claims to one of absolute cryptographic possession. Options include hot, cold, custodial, and non-custodial wallet. Bitcoin represents mathematical scarcity with an immutable code constraint of 21 million units. This contrasts with gold's elastic supply, which increases as deeper mining becomes viable. Hardness can be quantified with the stock-to-flow ratio. Post-halving, Bitcoin's mathematically declining issuance renders it the most definitively scarce liquid asset in human history. The evolutionary roadmap of global monetization moves from a collectible to a store of value, then a medium of exchange, and eventually to a unit of account, achieving absolute neutrality and stability. The institutional pivot integrates Bitcoin via ETFs, bridging legacy finance with decentralized architecture. Corporations adopt Bitcoin as a primary treasury reserve asset to mitigate the effect of fiat cash debasement. El Salvador's adoption initiated a game-theoretic race among nations. This allows countries to mine and acquire a global reserve asset, bypassing traditional geopolitical financial restrictions through permissionless accumulation. The strategic Bitcoin reserve is the digital base, replacing historical and industrial reserves. Forward-thinking nations are securing this digital gold to protect against currency debasement and maintain a technological edge. The transition to a new monetary standard is underway. The verification-based cryptographic architecture offers absolute scarcity, cryptographic truth, and decentralized sovereignty, replacing trust-based fiat architecture.
All right, I just wanted to check the spacing. Yeah, I've got 4 more sections to add to this one. And then I've got a super beginner friendly, like ABC, Bitcoin 101, what's a coin, sort of simply spoken sort of deal. That's just going to be in the prompt. I got to finish these last 4 sections and then get that put in. And then I think the scarcity one is already done. I made one whole complete one just on scarcity because I think it's rather important. But yeah, the one that I'm going to do, the beginner one is going to be super like claymation style, ABC, 1, 2, 3. No way to misunderstand it. Something you can show to your kids and they'd get it. Yeah, we're just stuck in this range for now, Ahmed, for the most part. I'll show y'all the scarcity one. Hold on.
Welcome to the Calculus of Scarcity. We will explore the friction between global population dynamics and the finite supply of Bitcoin. This video examines the collision of demographics and algorithmic policy. By mid-2026, the global population reached 8.3 billion, the denominator. Meanwhile, Bitcoin's protocol restricts issuance to a hard cap of 21 million coins, the numerator. The effective circulating supply, however, is closer to 16 million BTC due to lost coins. This 20% reduction permanently compresses any fair share calculation. The denominator continues to expand rapidly. Approximately 69 million new individuals enter the global population annually, while the supply of Bitcoin remains static. Deep Dive 1. The Universal Fair Share. Dividing the 16 million BTC by 8.3 billion people yields an allocation of 192,771 Satoshis per person.
Let that sink in for a minute. If every human on the planet got their fair share of Bitcoin, and they won't, right? Because your Michael Saylors have thousands and thousands and hundreds of thousands. But let's assume the world was fair and every single individual got their fair share. That's what it would be. 0.001 Bitcoin. Call it 0.002. Now, this is only for people who already have it in mind that they want to accumulate Bitcoin, who feel like they can't get a whole Bitcoin and they're not even going to do it. This is your first goal. Your fair share out of everybody on the planet. And that's 1,000%. Somebody get a Satoshi calculator. What's 0.001 Bitcoin? 0.002 Bitcoin worth right now in dollars. Anybody that doesn't have 5,000 windows open on their PC. Oh, I'm dumb. It's right there. Like I knew I did the math. I'm like, why didn't it put it there? 140. 100. My bad. Bro, I'm burnt, bro. I've been doing this shit for hours. I literally just did another deep dive and then jumped right into this one. Yeah, it's roughly 146, right? If Bitcoin was at 76K, right? Which we're not far from. Now, obviously, everybody in the world isn't going to get their fair share, right? Because we got guys that are way over. I'm over my fair share. Like I'm one of the greedy ones, I guess. But that's a decent first step, right? At least don't be one of the people that get locked out completely and don't even get their fair share.
Owning just 0.1 BTC mathematically places a holder in the top 10% of global users. Deep Dive 2. The Millionaire's Mathematical Ceiling. If the entire available supply were divided exclusively among the world's 80 million Deep Dive 2. Allocation of 192,771 Satoshis per person. Owning just 0.1 BTC mathematically places a holder in the top 10% of global.
You hear that? Just owning 0.1 BTC mathematically places the holder in the top 10% of global users. This is for the people who think they're late because they're trying to catch up with Michael Saylor or they're trying to catch up with BlackRock for some reason.
Global users. Deep Dive 2. The Millionaire's Mathematical Ceiling. If the entire available supply were divided exclusively among the world's 80 million millionaires, the maximum allocation is just 0.20 BTC. It is mathematically impossible for the majority of the world's millionaires to ever own a full coin.
Goal 2. Again, not financial advice. This is only for people who are already planning on accumulating Bitcoin. You got your fair share for everybody on the planet. All right, well, if all the global millionaires decided that tomorrow they wanted to buy up the Bitcoin and they had their fair share, just like people, right? If Michael Saylor didn't have what he had, 0.2% or 0.2 Bitcoin, right? You might not be a millionaire, but it doesn't mean that you can't have a millionaire share. And people are telling you that you're late.
Entire available supply were divided exclusively among the world's 80 million millionaires. The maximum allocation is just 0.20 BTC. It is mathematically impossible for the majority of the world's millionaires to ever own a full coin. Deep Dive 3. The Billionaire Vacuum. An equal distribution among the 3,428 global billionaires yields 4,667 BTC per person. If the
All right. Now I'm not trying to put anybody into a box, right? The majority of us aren't going to get the billionaire share. let's just be clear. The days of being able to accumulate that type of thing through compounding, well, maybe eventually, but then by that time, so it's a lot of Bitcoin.
world's richest individual allocated just 1% of his wealth to Bitcoin, he would instantly absorb more than 10% of all Bitcoin remaining to be mined.
I'll shut up now.
3. The billionaire vacuum. The majority of the world's millionaires to ever own a full coin. Deep Dive 3. The billionaire vacuum. An equal distribution among the 3,428 global billionaires yields 4,667 BTC per person. If the world's richest individual allocated just 1% of his wealth to Bitcoin, he would instantly absorb more than 10% of all Bitcoin remaining to be mined. The fair share diagnostic. The fractional allocation for the global citizen is functionally unattainable for the bottom 50% due to the rate at which billionaire wealth is growing. Deep Dive 4. The 1 Bitcoin VIP box. The absolute maximum capacity of the network is 16 million individuals owning 1 Bitcoin. This represents a fraction of a single % of humanity. The mathematics of absolute exclusion reveal an exclusion rate of 99.807%. Under realistic circulating supply conditions, 99.8% of the world's population is mathematically barred from ever owning a full Bitcoin. The calculus of scarcity guarantees that the window for meaningful allocation is mathematically closing. Institutional capture and demographic dilution accelerate the end of per capita equity. We have crossed the Rubicon from the accumulation era into the scarcity era. Bitcoin's role as the global apex collateral is being cemented by the hard math of programmatic depletion. This is a structural trap for the unallocated. The rearview mirror shows over 20 million Bitcoins mined. However, the denominator is 8.3 billion human beings. The denominator is uncapped, marching toward 10 billion. In a world of absolute scarcity, every new birth is a dilution event for those who do not hold a stake. The 21 million cap is an illusion. After accounting for unmined, lost, and institutionally captured coins, the effective supply is closer to 16 million BTC. New entrants are fighting over a microscopic circulating sliver. The theoretical fair share is 253,012 satoshis. The forensic reality, based on effective liquid supply, is 192,771 satoshis. These shares will only fragment further. The institutional vacuum is creating a net daily deficit of 1,305 BTC. Institutions are absorbing 1,755 BTC daily, far exceeding the 450 BTC daily mining issuance. This is forcing a bidding war for the remaining supply. Scarcity benchmarking shows that owning 1.0 BTC is mathematically impossible for at least 74% of the world's millionaires. Traditional wealth is irrelevant if it cannot convert into a meaningful stake. The top 20 billionaires control $3.8 trillion. If this elite group moved just 1% of their wealth into Bitcoin, they would absorb every Satoshi of the remaining unmined supply. First mover advantage is critical. Under the 16 million effective supply model, 99.8% of the world is mathematically barred from whole coin status. For the unallocated, the urgency is binary. You are either in the 0.2% or among the excluded billions. The globalized struggle is evident as the bidding war moves east. The 2026 average price is projected at $76,000, making a whole coin a luxury. Layer 2 infrastructure is fueling the shift to the Satoshi standard. We are in the crunch zone, where demographic dilution, institutional absorption, and extreme wealth concentration converge. Waiting for a better time is a mathematical death sentence. Ignore the price noise and recognize the institutional vacuum. Secure your seat. In a world of 8.3 billion people and only 16 million accessible coins, act now before the Satoshi standard is the only
Not right now.
forward.
We wait
Let's
for the
explore
bottom of the bear market.
0.26%
Everybody relax.
Mathematical reality. Owning a single Bitcoin makes you a statistical anomaly. To understand global scarcity, we compress humanity. Every figure represents 10 million people, the population of a megacity. The sea of humanity is vast. The global population is 8.1 billion, represented by 810 figures. The protocol is absolutely finite. The total Bitcoin supply is 21 million. This is the absolute mathematical limit, represented by 2.1 figures. This creates an impossible overlap. Only 0.26% of the global population can own 1 Bitcoin each. The math is uncompromising. Ubiquity is an illusion. Perception suggests it's everywhere, but the reality is extreme exclusivity. The categories are partial coiners, whole coiners, and multi-whole coiners. You, as a whole coiner, are the 0.26% maximum. You are the mathematical elite. Owning 1 unit of this asset radically warps the socioeconomic pyramid, placing you with the world's largest institutional accumulators.
Now, whether that all goes to shit at the end is a different story. But that's the truth when it comes to scarcity. But again, right, it's up to everybody to decide what asset they want to accumulate. But if Bitcoin is that asset and you haven't started your accumulation yet, and I don't mean like right now, but I mean, if you're thinking about hitting the bottom of this bear market and testing your luck again on alts and then maybe getting Bitcoin during the next bull, you know, don't let the fact that you can't get 1 coin stop you from building that. Bro, you need to keep all that emotional shit inside. You realize just because you feel one way doesn't make it true for everybody around you, right? You want to explain, or are you just going to talk in TikTok language? I'll tell you what, you make a counter video and I'll show it to everybody. Just send it to me on send it to me on Discord. Now, what do you mean? It's cap. Don't you want to save everybody from me sitting here lying to them at what, 3 in the morning? Yeah, I thought so. Keep that emotional shit on the inside, bro. What else do we have? Are the clankers done chopping it up? The only viable argument against Bitcoin is that something happens and everybody decides that they don't have the same confidence in the security or the safety of it. It would have to be some big ass. That's why people worry so much about quantum attacks. But it would have to be something that destroys how it operates. Right? Because it's not just, oh, we put our money in this because it doesn't go down. Right? There's a mathematical reason why it's sound money. The video I'll show tomorrow should do a better job explaining, because I'm really gonna make it go step by step. It's important to understand money, right, before you understand why Bitcoin is better money. But this is the mathematical reality as of now. Right? These are all the people who have at least one Satoshi. Each one of these is 8 million people. That tiny turquoise sliver are the people that have one coin. And that top 1/3 of one of these people are the ones that have multiple. That's where Satoshi, Michael Saylor, that's where they live. This is the entire global population, and this is the amount of the entire global population that would ever be able to own one whole Bitcoin. One BTC is impossible for 74% of the world's millionaires. You know how they say money can't buy everything? Is this a square? Like, you mean like these guys? That's just partial coiners, right? From 1 Satoshi to 0.99999 Bitcoin. So if you have one Bitcoin, you live right here in this guy's stomach. Pause. If you have one Bitcoin and 1 Satoshi, well, no, I think that's multi-whole coiners. So you have to have at least 2 Bitcoin to move up into the shoulders and the head. And you're sitting in pretty good company up there. You notice how they're all little bobbies? You look real close. Details. Mm. 8,300,000 people per Duki-Do. Bobby. He's everywhere. I had to go through a bunch of iterations. I literally just wanted it the most simple way possible. But you guys get the point. 5 BTC is the 30 mil and plus, right? Not a billionaire, but well into your multi-millionaire status. That's 1000% doable for everybody here, yeah. Like I said, if that's what you want, if that's your target, that is 1000% doable. Even if you've got to grind up to it, you know? I always tell the story of my boy. He had enough. Well, he wanted 1 Bitcoin. He had 13. He had like 12.5 or like 13.5, something like that. That's how much money he had. So he was just going to wait for Bitcoin to come all the way down till he can afford 1 coin. Went to 15.5. He waited. He said it would come back down. It would come back down. It came back down to 19. He didn't do anything about it. And it got away from him, you know? And it's like, bro, you would have had, who cares if you don't have a whole coin? You'd have 3/4 or more. And then you make 1 or 2 trades, you know, boom. And then before, you know, it's 3 years. Before you get to the top of the bull market, you'll have your whole Bitcoin. But to not swing at it, like, it's one thing to not want Bitcoin. That's cool. There's a million things to trade, right? But if you want Bitcoin, that you want it so bad that you want 1 whole Bitcoin, but you're not going to buy any because you can't buy a whole one, like, that's just silly. Right? Because eventually, and we don't know when it's going to be, right? But eventually these people are going to decide that they should probably get a little bit of Bitcoin. Right? We don't know what the catalyst will be. We don't know, but I just personally, the way I move with my portfolio is that I don't expect Bitcoin to be this easy to acquire, you know, as years go by, because it hasn't been. It's obviously gotten harder and harder. So until my thesis or my conviction is broken in Bitcoin, then I got to take that shit kind of serious. But we wait for the right prices around here, right? Unless you got Michael Saylor money, which is basically somebody else's money that they let you borrow at pennies on the dollar, then we wait for the right prices. But that stablecoin shit that we talked about earlier, right? There are other options for the short term, meaning like beta plays. I don't know. For me, it's gonna be really tiered. Right. I'm breaking it up in my mind like this because this is how it worked during this cycle, and more liquidity is, for me, I think it's just gonna have the same effect. I'm going with that barbell strategy, right? We're on one side, heavy Bitcoin, obviously. But that side is really more of like an institutional side, right? So institutional money, and then on the other side, speculative money. And that's going to be my straddle, basically. So, you know, your regular quote unquote boring Bitcoin, blue chips, your BST, right? I want to cover myself on the stables. So BNB, Ethereum, Solana, Tron. And then on the other side will be highly speculative, brand new projects, really low valuations. This barbell strategy is only going to be for, I'd say, the middle, right? At the beginning, I'm going heavy Bitcoin. And then I've got money on the side for super low valuation, brand new projects. After Bitcoin makes its run, has its first, you know, people start to come in, oh, the bottom's already in, da da da. Then I will start to look for high beta plays on Bitcoin in those coins I was talking about. But there's a couple things I always do. I always the main chains, right? I always buy my gas early. You're gonna want to play around with Ethereum coins. You're gonna have to pay for gas. It's a good idea to get it cheap. Right? It feels like you're winning when it's like a year or two into the bull market and you've got a $5 gas fee or something, and you're like, oh, this really only cost me 15 cents because I bought my Ethereum early. But I'd stay Bitcoin heavy. Usually stay Bitcoin heavy. And then for like daily trades, weekly swings, right? We obviously play with what's hot. It's gonna be fun. All you gotta do is make it there with some money to buy things. That's the hard part. It looks like we're trapped in this range for a while. This does set up the idea of a false move down this week, though. I mean, it's not mandatory, but if the algos are pushing for CME and we're just trapping above support to keep that distance so that we can keep these shorts trapped, then any move down to CME, to close CME on Sunday, unless we have a false move before that, you know what I mean? Coming down here to close CME, we're right at our trap shorts inside of liquidations that'll probably be thicker by then. Right? You probably like get dragged for the most part into that false move down, unless you have a false move up before Sunday, and then price comes back down Sunday to close CME gap, and then you have your 3-day down. Sort of similar to what we did this weekend. Actually, almost identical to what we did this weekend. We'll see though. It's early. Really tight weekend trap compared to last weekend though. But we are, like I said earlier, trapping in the same range. Top of the last weekend trap is basically the top of this trap right now. I don't really time it by the halvings personally, but I wouldn't doubt that there is a number that matches because it's been so like we literally topped 24 hours or well 72 hours from when we should have. Last bear market came in 24 hours from the bottom where it should have time wise. Give me a second. I'm in the middle of working on some stuff, but if the date is October 5th or 6th, then yeah, that's right. If the end date is anything but then it's not right. I'm gonna do this week. I'm gonna do another have we bottomed update. Hold on. I got something else to play real quick, and then we'll listen to the clankers. I'll just sit and chill. I haven't looked at this one either at all, so this is gonna be a blind watch. I mean, like I said, it's my material, but I don't know if they're gonna mess up somewhere.
In 2008, the global financial system nearly collapsed. Millions of people lost their homes and life savings because the institutions we trusted to manage our money failed. For centuries, we've relied on banks to be the ultimate record keepers. If you want to pay someone, you have to ask a bank to update their private ledger, trusting them to be honest and accurate every time. When the 2008 crisis hit, governments reacted by creating trillions of new dollars to rescue the banks. But when a central authority can create unlimited money, the value of the dollars you worked hard to save begins to shrink. Right in the middle of this chaos, a person or group named Satoshi Nakamoto released a plan for a different way forward. They proposed a way for people to trade directly with one another, using a network that didn't need a bank or a government to run it. Instead of trusting a single institution, this system would use math. Every transaction would be recorded on a public ledger that everyone could see, but no one person could ever change. One of the hardest parts of creating digital money is that digital files are easy to copy. If you have a photo, you can send it to 10 friends and still have the original. If people could just copy and paste their digital cash, the money would become worthless almost instantly. To stop this, a decentralized network needs everyone to agree on exactly who has what. But how do thousands of strangers on the internet reach a perfect agreement without a central referee to make the final call? Bitcoin solves this through a process called mining. Computers all over the world spend massive amounts of electrical energy to process transactions. This physical effort is what proves the work was done and safely locks in the record of every payment. These computers race to solve a complex mathematical puzzle. The winner gets to add the latest group of transactions, a block, to the chain. Because each block is mathematically linked to the previous one, the network instantly rejects fake history. To successfully cheat, an attacker needs more computing power than the entire global network combined, a hurdle no single entity has ever cleared. This setup turns the network into a game where it's much more profitable to play by the rules. By helping to secure the system, miners earn rewards. By trying to attack it, they only waste their own expensive electricity. We call gold hard money because it is physically difficult to find. You can't just print gold. You have to spend years digging through mountains or filtering through riverbeds to get it. But gold's scarcity is limited by our effort. If the price goes up enough, companies will mine more aggressively or find new deposits, which eventually increases the supply and can bring the price back down. This chart compares the existing supply of an asset to how much new stuff we create every year. While we continuously dig up more gold, Bitcoin is strictly limited by code. Every 4 years, its creation rate is cut in half. This schedule is set in stone. The network will never produce more than 21 million coins. This makes it the first asset in history where the supply is perfectly predictable. It creates a digital shield for your wealth that cannot be diluted by anyone for any reason. New technologies usually start small. Bitcoin began as a niche experiment among programmers, but as more people realized its supply was fixed, it began to be used as a way to store value for the long term. Today, big investment firms are getting involved. They've created funds that let anyone with a standard retirement account buy into Bitcoin as easily as they would buy stocks. This has allowed billions of dollars from major institutions to flow into the network. Some nations are even looking at it as a strategic tool. In El Salvador, the government adopted Bitcoin as a legal form of money, hoping to give their citizens a way to hold wealth that doesn't depend on a foreign central bank. While it's still early, these moves show that Bitcoin is becoming a standard option for people and organizations looking to diversify their holdings. It has grown from a digital curiosity into a global financial tool. When you look at your balance in a banking app, you're looking at a promise. The bank promises to give you that money when you ask for it. But with Bitcoin, you can actually own the digital asset yourself without needing anyone's permission. This ownership is based on a private key, a secret piece of data that proves you have the right to move the funds. And whoever holds this key is the only one who can ultimately control the access to that wealth. If you keep your Bitcoin on a big trading website, they are the ones holding the key for you. That means they can freeze your
Threw
account or
Coinbase
block your
under the bus.
transactions. If that company goes out of business, your money could disappear with them. To get the full benefit, many users choose to hold their own keys on a small personal device that stays offline. This puts you in total control. You become your own bank, and no one can stop you from using your money. When you know your savings are protected from inflation and can't be taken away, it changes how you think about time. It's the difference between spending everything today because your money is losing value and choosing to save for a better life 10 or 20 years from now. In the end, holding your own keys is about independence. It gives you a way to store the value of your hard work in a system that is completely transparent, is perfectly predictable, and entirely under your own control. It's a personal vault for the digital age.
That was way more beginner friendly than the first one. All right, my bad, Joe. Well, not my bad. You need something to entertain you. We're just stuck in this trap. Yeah, remember, guys, there is no CME gap right now. Right? CME is still closed. These two lines are just letting you know where futures and perps closed. Right? On Sunday, when it opens, the space between where we are and these lines will be the gap. As of right now, we just have the points at which they closed. But they are a draw for the algo. Right? Algorithms are programmed to bring price down to CME. If only somebody could have told us that this happens on the weekends. These damn gatekeepers, Ghost, they're everywhere. What you getting into, bro? Ghost typed that, threw his phone down, and went to go roll around in the grass outside. I feel you, bro. Frolic, young man, frolic. One of these days, I'm just going to take his chat history and I'm going to give it to AI and I'm going to animate it. And I'm going to make him watch it for like an hour. And then he's going to stop. I think if you hear it back all at once, you would be like, okay, yeah, I got it, chill. So remember, support is support until it's not. Right? Even if we weren't in this range, but we don't even need that. You can just look at the value area alone. And if this starts showing some weakness, though, I think it's going to be really hard to keep it from freeing the shorts. Like, they would have to keep it from coming down into this, guys. Was somebody moving or was somebody like robbing your building? Yo, you guys ever live in a building? All right, this is a question I've always Somebody's got to know the answer to this. This shit has bothered me forever. You know, when you live in a building, you're not on the top floor, somebody lives above you, right? You know that sound that sounds like they're bowling? Like it sounds like the bowling ball coming down the machine and then hitting the end. What is that? Got to be somebody else because it's happened to me in almost every apartment I've ever lived in. There's no, but you know the sound I'm talking about though, right? Like something drops and then it's like a heavy roll. I'm gonna put AI on the case. Somebody knows. But that shit used to drive me crazy. It never happened. It never happened to me like when I lived in the projects. It only happened to me like when I moved to condos. So it's something that poor people don't do, or else I would have heard it growing up. That shit used to drive me crazy. I just got flashbacks. I got mad. That's why I brought it up. Never again. Has to be a bowling alley, bro. That's it. I've just moved underneath every person that has a bowling alley on the East Coast. It's just been my luck. Even if you don't know what I'm talking about, the next time you hear it, you're going to think of me. And you're going to come back on and you're going to be like, oh shit, I heard what you're talking about. You might be on to something with the dishwasher, though. Because, like, my analytical brain is just trying to break it down to what everybody has in common. And then I start thinking, damn, do the people underneath me hear that noise? Because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Yeah, hardwood floors is even worse. I wouldn't even be mad at that, Donkey Dan. I would just get some earplugs and just let them live their life. World needs more babies.
You guys have big apartments if you can have a bowling alley.
Oh, that's what it sounds like. I'm gonna laugh if AI knows what the hell I'm talking about. I'm just gonna randomly ask it. I'm not gonna lead it or anything. I'm just gonna ask it straight out. What's that noise that people in apartments hear that sound like a bowling alley machine? All right, impress me, AI. This will impress me more than anything else if they know the answer to this and it makes sense.
Maybe it's the elevator.
I never lived that close to the elevator. Oh shit. Say word. All right. That mysterious bowling alley or dropping marble sound is actually one of the most common phenomena in apartment living. While it might sound like your upstairs neighbor is rolling heavy spheres across the floor, the culprit is almost always your building's plumbing. Water hammer. Thud followed by a rolling, or that's exactly what it sounds like. You drop the bowling ball and then it rolls into the machine. When water is rushing out through a pipe, the valve shuts off suddenly. Nowhere to go. Crashes into a closed valve, sending a shockwave through the water that causes a metal pipe. If the sound is less like a loud bang and more like a steady ticking, nah. It's the first one. It's this one for sure. 100%. Is that a mystery solved, man? Just go to sleep now. Maybe the plumbing is different in the projects. I have no idea. I never did. Growing up, I never heard that sound. I didn't hear that sound till I got my first condo. No, I'm lying. It wasn't my first condo. It's the first time I moved out. It's the first time I got my first apartment. Yeah, it has something to do with the water. It makes sense. Yeah, definitely old building metal pipe shit. I don't know that maybe that's not even an issue in new builds, but I lived in some old buildings in New York. Just stone and metal. There really is no excuse for not knowing shit you want to know anymore. It's crazy. Yeah, I'm from Brooklyn. Definitely high lead pipes. You know they say that statistically the crime rate is higher in neighborhoods that have lead pipes. We were doomed from the beginning. Now the place where I remember hearing it the most was in this it was a nice building, but it was older. And I remember all the old people lived in this building. They all hated me. It was like nothing but like older people. And I used to come in at all, it's my first apartment. I was gonna turn up. Definitely picked the wrong building for that. Now I feel bad for all the times I pounded on the neighbor's door at 3 o'clock in the morning. I see you looking at me through the peephole. Let me know when you guys are done bowling. They're just sitting in their house like, what, huh? Honey, that crazy guy from downstairs is outside the door again. I gotta make amends, man. I gotta send somebody a fruit basket. Bro, me and my girl used to lay in bed and just make up stories about what the hell the neighbors could possibly be doing upstairs. Life before AI, huh? I guess you could have Googled it. I'm sure there's a Reddit thread on it somewhere that would have popped up, but Just goes to show you, man, be slow to anger, you know? This little M is looking mighty chunky here. This would free trap shorts, by the way. If this M was to play out full measured move, it would free trap shorts. Bro, I hope to never, knock on wood, ever have to deal with a leasing agents are bad, right? There is a night and day difference between high-rise condo administration and like homeowners administration. Holy shit. I will never live under another HOA for as long as I don't care how nice the house is. I don't care how nice the neighborhood is. I don't care how nice the schools are. Get off of my lawn, Doris. 6 o'clock in the morning, measuring my grass with a ruler, with her little sun visor and her notepad. Oh, get off my property. My bad, I had a flashback. Morning, Issa. Today's worth rewatching, by the way. We went into like 2 different deep dives. One on stablecoin blockchains and one on Bitcoin. Tomorrow we're going to go over most of it, though. Well, tomorrow we'll go over the Bitcoin, and then in class, I want to go over both the Bitcoin and the stablecoin. Nah, Doris was the head of my HOA. My dumbass bought a property with a homeowners association. I found her in the morning measuring my grass with a ruler to see if it was above 6 inches so she could write me a little ticket with her leopard Uggs. Bro, no bullshit. I could not make that up. And I was just an apartment away from the projects, bro. I was not civilized yet. Bad. The neighborhood I live in now, right? There's no HOA. It's got its good and it's got its bad. Right? About 5 houses down, Haitian dude, super cool, would do anything for anybody, mad chill. Purple house. I love it. Okay. The rest of the neighborhood probably wishes there was a HOA. First of all, I can't see it from my house, so we're cool. But I just love that I live in a neighborhood where you could paint your house purple if you want to paint your house purple. You know what I mean? Like, we got to fight for something. If it was my neighbor, I'd probably try to shame him out of it or something. I don't think I could stare at a purple house all day, but to each his own, you know? King of the castle, right? What's going on, Lippy? How you been? Like, what do you mean I spent this much money on my house and I can't paint polka dots? What if I want black and white polka dotted house? I'm good, man. I'm good. Not having as much fun as you are, I'm sure. You know what we're doing. What are you up to? How's Japan? You gotta have some free time. Just going to the store has got to be an experience. Oh, I can't wait. I'm gonna go do damage. Like when I go to Japan, I have to leave. I have to like take a specific amount of money and then leave any access or get rid of any apps that give me access to any more money. And complete, like if I'm going to the casino, you know, like this is what I'm gonna spend, and then when it's done, I'm leaving. Yeah, I would go nuts at the stores. All the old Bape, all the old Dunks, the Air Force One. Oh my God, I would go broke on Air Force I would go broke on Japanese release Air Maxes. Damn, I didn't even think about that. Not too many size 12s lying around. Well, at least that means that maybe they'll be, you know what I mean? Like, there's a better chance you get one because, damn, I didn't even think about that. Yeah, you'll find them. When's your break? What is it? What's next? Like spring break or summer? I don't even know how it Golden Week. Sounds lit. You don't wake H up talking like that. Oh, I'm good. Damn, what size are you? Oh, that sucks. Nah, I'm good with a 12. 11 and a half in some brands. But I would go load up on collectible vinyl toys, limited kicks, all types of gear, old chrome. Ah, the chrome. Hey, if you've been here for a while though, I hope that you can attest to how, I don't want to say frugal, but how behaved I have been. It's been a long time since anybody in here has heard me talk about a huge shopping spree or getting something expensive or but this is my bull market. Like I was saying. It's a good feeling once you get, I mean, people are different, right? Everybody's got different families. But for my family, personally, um, it feels good getting everybody to the point where they've got a fair shot. That's what it feels like. Like if they mess it up from here, you know, you know what I mean? Like if they mess it up from here, it's on them. But like getting everybody above water to where, you know, there's nothing standing in between you and making it but just effort and, you know, creativity or whatever. That feels good. And that has a lot to do with why I haven't spent out. Like my first bull market was very selfish bull market. But ever since then, everything's really gone back into the fam. Yeah, it's just a size. Damn. Man, listen, depending on the sneaker, I'll throw on some compression socks. And I just won't tie the laces. I could do like an 11. Yeah, I don't know European sizes for shit. Or Asian sizes. I don't know if they're different. Do they run off European sizes or they have their own sizing? EU? Yeah, that's what I thought. Girls are lucky, man. Girls can wear kid sizes in some cases. And girls' colorways, like girls get some of the better colorways in my opinion. Like they get more creative with their colors. Still stuck in a box. Looks even worse on a 15-minute. Stretch it out to its extremes. Pause. What's market maker gonna do with this bullish setup, huh? Is he gonna play it or is he gonna use it? Use it as a sentiment mover. Because the measured move from this flag, taken conservatively, right, takes us to retest 80. The question is that in market makers' plans? Or is this an attempt to build sell side liquidity? I'll tell you one thing, if it's a false move up this week, it's gonna be a nervous 48 hours for bears. Because we'll have to wait until Monday night to know where that top comes in at. Which means there's more than enough time to sweep liquidity and then build more liquidity. Because you have at least 2 days. That line right there is our triple top, or what would be a triple top if we reject off of it. So what this is doing is threatening that higher low, right? That double top higher low. Get you. I'm gonna reset the stream real quick and go to bed because this is like watching paint dry. I still gotta go wrestle with Bobby. He's been glitching. Gotta do some Bobby training. Yo, why does it keep doing it? My bad. That's not me. That's the bot. Damn keyboard just died mid-type. Oh, definitely time to go to sleep now. What's going on, H? Yeah, I'm gonna reset right now. We'll be right back, y'all.